We're just about ready to get underway here with our goat show. We're going to start with the doe goats. We have a single class in 4 different divisions. If you did not get your entry card, please check in with one of our superintendents in the makeup area. They've got them down there for you. In normal fashion, before we get started, I'd like to invite you to direct your attention to the center of the arena for our national anthem. Thank you and welcome again here to the 2026 Connecticut County Fruit Fair, the route to your roots. We'll be ready to get started here with our first doe goat class. We want to give a special thank you to Jared Gentry, our superintendent, and a great welcome to our judge here today, Brody Scroggins. Want to remind our exhibitors here this morning that will be entering in the gate closest to the announcer's stand. You'll take the direction of our our goat superintendent. We'll be entering here in the gate closest to the announcer's stand. Our first division is entering the arena at this time. This will be your second call for division number 2. Begin checking in. Divisions 3 and 4, make your way up into the makeup area if you have not. And please check in with a representative in the makeup area to get your arena card.
get out here in this first class of the doe show today, and I think we have two does that kind of surfaced here to the top fairly quickly. I think they're both a little different in terms of their type and kind. Ultimately, the one we're going to land on just a little broader in terms of her chest. She's a little stouter all the way through. I like her better there in terms of her forerib. She's a little more progressive there in her underline. Still gets out and moves with plenty of flexibility off either ends of her skeleton. I like that doe there, a good deal to start. Young lady here in second brings a freaky looking one. That thing's tall fronted, she's geek necked, she's got the right kind of build and flexibility off either end. I just don't read her to come with near the same kind of width and genuine mass and power as that one directly ahead of her. She gets a little flatter there in her forerib, just not near as progressive there in her underline, but a real nice goat that should have a bright future on down the road. On down to third and fourth. I took a little more time there trying to decide what I'm going to do. I think both these goats offer some good. Ultimately, the one we're going to land here in third just has a little more to her. That's a wider chested doe that has a little more genuine width all the way through. I like her there better in terms of her forerib and body shape. Just probably doesn't have the same kind of extras as those does directly ahead of her, but a real nice one there to land in third. Young lady here in fourth has a real nice one, real green today. I think with time that one can come around. She's got the right kind of fuzz down low, has the right kind of build. I just need that doe to come with a little more forerib, body shape, and width all the way through, but a real nice goat there to be in fourth. Give those kids a round of applause.
We have your results here in Division Number 1. Your division champion in first place. Congratulations to Bentley Domes of Union City 4-H. In second place, congratulations to Morgan Branson of Mustang FFA. In third place, Faith Noons of Piedmont FFA. And fourth place, Alyssa Noons, Piedmont FFA. We're now ready to move on to Division Number 2. We're expecting 5 exhibitors in this class. Divisions 3 and 4 be checking in. Also a reminder to all of our doe exhibitors, if you've not received your yellow entry card for your class time in the arena for your class, please make your way into the makeup area, and we have it in the makeup pen.
get out here in the second class. I think these two here surfaced to the top fairly quickly as well in this class. Ultimately, I think the one we're going to land on is just better built all the way through. In motion, she's just more flexible and more correct in terms of her angles off either end. That doe touches with plenty of shape and turn up high. Still real stout in terms of her skull, has the right kind of body shape and width and power. I'm not saying she's the fuzziest in terms of her foot and bone down low. Maybe just doesn't have the cool elite pieces in terms of her front end is the one directly behind her. But I think that one's just better structured in the way she moves off either end. That's where that's why she'll end up first here in this class. A young lady brings us one in here in second that has some wild cool pieces. That thing's tall fronted. She's geek necked. Real freaky about her front end. She's real fuzzy about her foot and bone work down low. It's just in motion. I just don't read that doe to be good enough in terms of her angles. She's a little more rocked forward there about her shoulder, gets a little straight there in her hind leg. Like to see her be a little more flexible when we get her in motion. But a real nice doe to there be in second. Just got to have her a little better built. Young lady here in third brings another nice one that offers a nice look from the side. Has the right kind of body shape. Just probably doesn't touch with the same kind of genuine shape and turn up high as those does directly ahead of her. But a real nice one there to be in third. Young lady brings us one in here in fourth that get your hands on that doe. She's hard. She's got plenty of shape and turn up high. Just need her to come a little bolder there in her forerib. Maybe relax her there just a little bit in her spine. But a real nice doe there to be in fourth. Young man with the marked up doe here in fifth. Has a real nice one in terms of flexibility. That thing gets around, has the right kind of angles. Just need that doe to come with a few more extras. Just kind of looks a little plainer out here when we compare her back to those four directly ahead of her. The young man's doing an awesome job. Give these kids a round of applause.
Congratulations to our exhibitors here in Division 2. I want to remind all of our exhibitors, your division champion and reserve champions, hang back and be ready for grand and reserve. But in this class here in Division 2, in first place was Carly Domes from Union City 4-H. In second place, congratulations to Morgan Branson of Mustang FFA. In third place, Armida Chapman, Piedmont 4-H. In fourth place, Faith Nunes of Piedmont FFA. And fifth place, congratulations to Kit Pettigrew Miller 4-H. We're now showing Division 3, and also, again, as a reminder, all of our division champions and reserve champions, please hang back, stand by for grand and reserve.
Get out here in this next class, and I think the pair that surfaces here, I think there's some challenge in the way you sort them because I think they're both very different in their type and kind. I think the young lady's doe here that ends up first, I think she's a little older based off of her skull and horn set, and I think that doe's pretty unique in terms of her look and design and balance from the side. Super big-footed, wide-chested, freak-fronted, gets around the ring with plenty of flexibility. She's hard to the touch, has plenty of shape up high. I'm not going to say that she's perfect in terms of her forerib and body shape. She gets a little flat and concave there, and that's where I'd change her. We change her there, she'd win the class in a hurry, but I still think she's a nice goat that offers a real unique look there from the side, and that's what kind of ends her here to win this class. Young lady brings one here in second that ain't no slouch either. That one's ultra stout in terms of her foot and bone work. She is a little better there in terms of her forerib and body shape. I just don't know if she has the same kind of extras today in terms of front end quality, and I just don't see her near as coordinated when she gets in motion. I think she's a little more uncoordinated, rolls up there just a little bit in her spine, but that's a dang nice one there to be in second. Real nice pair of goats there in that top end of this class. Young man brings us another one here in third that offers a nice look from the side. That goat's got some stoutness of foot and bone work at the ground. I just lead that doe to be a little plainer in terms of her type and kind. Just doesn't have the same kind of shape and genuine extras as the one directly ahead of her, but a real nice doe there to be in third. Give that young man a round of applause.
Your results in Division 3, your division champion. Congratulations to Riley Harland, Mustang FFA. Your reserve division champion, Carly Dooms of Union City 4-H, and in third place, congratulations to Kit Pettigrew, Miller 4-H. We're now ready to show our fourth and final division here in the Doe Goats here this morning. All of our champion and reserve champion exhibitors, please be standing by. Be ready for the grand drive.
Get out here in the last class of the Doe Show, and I think we have one here that surfaces fairly quickly in this class. Thing's wide-chested. She's real flexible in motion, has the right kind of look there from the side, has plenty of genuine shape and turn up high. Reads real stout about her skull, real fresh and youthful here in this class. Real nice one there to start. Young lady brings us one here in second that has the right kind of body shape and genuine stoutness at the ground. Just probably doesn't have the same kind of extras as the one directly ahead of her. Just don't read her near as flexible there in motion. She gets a little rounder there out of her hip, but a real nice doe there to be in second. Young man brings us a big heavyweight here in third that has a nice balance from this side. She's good in terms of her forerib and body shape. Reads real stout about her foot and bone work at the ground. Just probably getting a little plain and a little far along for me today. I think that's just a nice goat that just needs to be a little fresher in terms of her condition to kind of move up here in this class, but a real nice one there to be in third. Young lady's cape shoulder doe here in fourth. Real nice doe from the side. Just probably doesn't have near enough genuine width and power all the way through to kind of sort up here in this class, but a real nice goat there to be in fourth. Give these kids a round of applause.
In Division 4, your division champion, congratulations to Jordan Dolms of Union City 4-H. Your reserve champion, congratulations to Armida Chapman of Piedmont 4-H. In third place is Nathan Jones of Yukon FFA. And in fourth place, Elisa Nunes of Piedmont FFA. We'll invite those division champion winners back into the arena at this time for our overall Grand Reserve Grand Drive. This will be your first call for all of our weather goats. If you have a weather goat, begin checking in the makeup area at this time.
Real nice doe show today, guys. I think the numbers weren't real big, but I think the quality's real good. 4 class winners out here, real awful nice. I think all the way down the line, I think they're real good. I'm not going to go through and talk them again. We talked them in class. I'm not going to waste you guys' time today. I think there was a class that was pretty tough. We'll go out and select your grand and pull your second in, and then figure out what we're going to do for here for reserve. But give these kids a round of applause. They've had a real nice day today.
Congratulations to your 2026 Doe Goat out of Division 3, Riley Harland, representing Mustang FFA. We're now selecting your reserve grand in our Doe Goat show here today. All of our market goat weathers, please check in. Please check in. We have 2 exhibitors in Class 1, a single entry in Class 2, and 3 exhibitors in Class 3, so it will go quick. Please check in with all of your market goat weathers at this time. Congratulations to your reserve champion, Doe Goat, Carly Domes of Union City 4-H. We'll pause here briefly for pictures of our champion, reserve champion, doe goats, but go ahead and be checking in your market goat weathers. Once again, Division 1, we have 2 entries. We have a single entry in Division 2 and 3 exhibitors in Division 3. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to get started with our market goat weathers. We have two exhibitors in Division 1, Division 2, and 3. Please stand by, be checking in. We have two exhibitors in Division 1. You're invited to enter the arena under the direction of our ring help.
First class of the weather show, and I think the two we have out here are very different in terms of their type and kind. We're gonna end up landing on one that's just a little stouter in terms of his foot and bone work at the ground, a little more broad in terms of his chest, comes a little more genuine width and power all the way through. Not saying he's perfect there in terms of his spine. I think he's a tick full today. Gets a little rolled up there in his spine, makes his hip look a little steeper. I just think that goat has more to him today, and that's why we'll land on him to start this class. Young lady brings us one here in second that ain't no slouch either. That thing's completely different from the one we used to win the class. That thing's tall fronted, real cool looking there from the side, jet level in terms of his top line. I just don't see that goat to breed near as good there in terms of his knee. Gets a little weird in terms of his hind legs, kind of wants to bow him out just a little bit. I'd like to see that goat be a little wider there in his chest, but a real nice goat there to be in second. Give those two young ladies a round of applause.
Here in our first division, your division champion, congratulations to Jordan Domes of Union City 4-H. Your reserve champion, congratulations to Callie Shireman of Yukon FFA. We have a single entry in Division 2. Division 3, be checking in and stand by.
Real nice single entry here in this class. Stout-footed goat that has plenty of chest width and power all the way through. Has the right kind of shape and genuine turn up high. I'd like to see him a little fresher there in terms of his hide, maybe make him a little more youthful there about his head. But a real nice goat there to win this class. Give that young man a round of applause.
In Division II, your Division II champion. Congratulations to Atticus Veet, representing Piedmont FFA. We have 3 exhibitors in our third and final division. We'd like to invite all of our division champions to be standing by for our overall grand and reserve drive. Following the Grand and Reserve Drive, we will move into our showmanship portion of our GOAT show. We'll start with our Pee Wee division. Those individuals must be 4 years old, but no older than 8 years and going into the 2nd grade. Following that division, we will have 3 different showmanship divisions, 3rd through 6th grade. Intermediate will be 7th through 9th, and the senior division will be 10th through 12th.
Last class of the day and here in the GOAT show, and I think we land on one here pretty quickly in here in this class. Real nice goat the young lady brings us in here. Real stout in terms of his foot and bone work at the ground. Has the right kind of look from this side. Real ultra tall fronted. Plenty of flexibility and motion. Get your hands on him. He's fresh. He's hard to the touch. Real nice goat there to win this class. It gets a little closer here between 2nd and 3rd. I think both these goats offer some trade-offs. Ultimately, a young man that's going to land here in 2nd. I just think this goat has a little more look and extension up front. Lays in a little smoother there about his shoulder. Probably offers a little more genuine mass and shape and dimension up high. But a real nice goat there. I'd like to pick him up there a little bit in terms of his pasterns. Maybe freshen him up there in his hide to kind of compete with that one directly ahead of him. But a real nice goat there to be in 2nd. Young man here in 3rd brings us another nice one. Things hard to the touch. Just don't really have enough spread and genuine shape up high. But a real nice goat there to be in 3rd. Like to see him just a little fresher in terms of his type and kind of move up here in this class. But a real nice goat there. Give these kids a round of applause.
In our 3rd and final division of the market, Goat Weathers in 1st place and your division champion. Congratulations to exhibitor 127, Kelly Shireman, representing Yukon FFA. In 2nd place is Brecken Wilson, representing Yukon FFA. In 3rd place is also Brecken Wilson, representing Yukon FFA. We'd like to invite those 1st place division winners in Division 1, 2, and 3 back into the arena for our grand drive. All of our reserve exhibitors, please be standing by for the reserve selection.
get out here in this weather drive, and I think we have three awful nice class winners that represent our three divisions, I guess, out here. On down, I'll just go through and talk them real quick. Lightweight goat, real flexible, real fuzzy in terms of his foot and bone work at the ground. He's not clipped today, so it's a little harder there to look at him, but a real nice goat there that has plenty of shape and touch up high, real fresh to the touch. Talked about him be a little tick full there in class, maybe makes him roll up just a little bit there in his spine, but real nice goat there to win that class. Single entry here in Division 2, and I think that's a nice goat in terms of his width and power all the way through. We'd like to see him a little fresher there in terms of his height and touch. Maybe you make him a little more youthful about his head, but a real nice goat there to represent that division. Young lady brings us a heavyweight in here, and I like that goat a lot. Division, real flexible, real good in terms of his look and design from the side. Plenty of touch and shape up high, real fresh in terms of his handle. Like that goat a good deal. Young lady with Division 3 will be our champion. Young lady in Division 1 will be your reserve. Give these kids a round of applause.
Here in our grand drive at the 2026 Connecticut County Free Fair, your grand champion comes out of Division number 3. Congratulations to Callie Shireman of Yukon FFA. Your reserve champion out of Division 1, congratulations to Jordan Domes of Union City 4-H. We will pause briefly here for a photo opportunity with our judge, but once again, we'll move right into a showmanship. We'll start with Pee Wee, junior, intermediate, and senior exhibitors. You're also welcome to make your way into the makeup area and begin checking in. We'll be starting here with showmanship here momentarily. Once we get done here with the photo opportunities, we will move right into our showmanship portion of the GOAT Show. As a reminder, we will have a Pee Wee division, and those individuals are between the ages of 4 and 8 going into the second grade. Following the Pee Wee division, we will have our junior division, which is 3rd through 6th grade currently. Intermediate division will be 7th through 9th grade, and then senior will be 10th through 12th grade. We will operate in age and grade order. So we will start with Pee Wee and then move right into the junior division of 3rd through 6th grade, then intermediate 7th through 9th, and then senior 10th through 12th grade. All these individuals may begin checking in at this time. We're now ready for our Pee Wee division here in the Goat Show, the 2026 Canadian County Free Fair. All of our Pee Wee exhibitors, please check in, and you may enter the arena under the direction of our Goat Superintendent. This will be your second call for Junior Division, 3rd through 6th grade. Please check in, make your way close to the announcer stand to the entry area.
Young man here is our only Pee Wee here in the showmanship division. He brought old Peach out here, and he's doing an awesome job. Give him a round of applause. Does a real good job. He's got a bright future on down the road. Give that young man a round of applause. He did awesome out here.
Put your hands together for our Pee Wee Showmanship champion is going to be Corbin Pettigrew. Congratulations. We're now ready for our Junior Division, 3rd through 6th grade.
two young people here in the junior division. I'll just talk them real quick. A young lady here is going to win the junior division for us. I think she does an awesome job in terms of making sure that doe's feet are in the right places at all times. She does a good job of getting off to the side of her and showing her front end off. When I come around to the front side of them, she does a real good job out here. Give that young lady a round of applause. She's going to go ahead and win this division. Young man, you're going to be second. You do an awesome job of getting that goat to move around the ring. It looks like you've worked with her a lot at home. Does a real good job of walking that goat. Just at times we need to be a little more aware where her feet placement is, and that's what kind of gets you beat here today. But give these two young people a round of applause. They did an awesome job out here.
Congratulations to your junior champion, Bentley Domes of Union City 4-H. We're now ready to move right along into our intermediate division. Intermediate exhibitors are 7th through 9th grade currently. This will be your second and final call for senior division. Begin checking in at the entry area at this time. We're now showing intermediate division 7th through 9th grade.
Here in the intermediate division, we have a few more numbers here. I think the kids are doing a great job out here. Young lady here in the front's going to win this deal for us today. I think she does an awesome job out here. She's real good in terms of her body posture, the way she wraps her leg around that goat and gets as much drive and push out of that doe as she possibly can. Walk around to the front of them. She does a real good job of showing the front end off, get them in motion. She does a real good job letting that doe trot around the ring. She always has her feet in the right places. She did an awesome job out here. Young lady here in the back will be second. Her partner didn't really want to work with her there at the beginning, but I still think she's a really good showman. Does a good job in terms of showing that front end off, making sure that goat's set up at all times. Just at times, I think we could be a little more aware of where our feet placement is, but I still think she does an awesome job out here. Just need our partner to kind of work with us just a little bit better today, but she does an awesome job out here. Young man here, you're going to be third. You do a good job of getting enough brace and drive out of that weather goat. Just at times, we need to be a little more aware of where his feet placement is. When I come around the front of him, I want to see the front end of that goat. But give these young people a round of applause. They did an awesome job.
Congratulations in our intermediate division to your showmanship champion, Jordan Domes of Union City 4-H. We're now ready for our senior division. Those exhibitors should be checked in. You can enter the arena under the direction of the ring help.
get out here in this senior showmanship division. We had a few more numbers. I worked your kids just a little bit harder. I think at this age, I think it's a little bit of an endurance test. We got to make sure that we can get through a big class of showmanship. And I think these two young ladies here surfaced to the top fairly quickly. I think on down to third. I think those three young ladies do an awesome job. Ultimately, I think it comes down to these two young ladies, and I think it's close. I think both these two young ladies do an awesome job in terms of showmanship. Just little nitpicky things. Young lady in the purple does a real good job of eye contact, intensity, always had her eyes on me the whole entire time. At times, I think we could be a little more precise in terms of where that doe's feet placement is. Just gather that doe up just a little bit more, but I still think she does an awesome job. I maybe like to see that doe turned out just a little bit straighter there when we have them on a profile, but she does a real good job out here. Young lady in the red does an awesome job all the way through. She's done a good job all day. Gets the most out of that doe she possibly can. Feet placement is always on point. Get around the ring. She does a real good job. Her partner wants to work with her today. Young lady in the red will be our champion. Young lady in the purple will be reserve. Over here, young lady does an awesome job of getting them moving around the ring. She does a real good job of making sure our feet placement is always where it needs to be. Just at times, I think we get that doe's head up just a little bit more on the profile, but I still think she does a really good job in showman. Really good job out here. Just got it out into a class with two young ladies that did an awesome job as well. Young lady here with the weather goat, she does a good job of getting enough brace and drive out of that weather. I know he's young. He probably doesn't want to work with her real well today. Just get our feet placements off just a couple of times, but I still think she does a good job of getting enough brace and drive out of that little weather there. Young lady here in the flower shirt does a good job of getting enough brace and drive out of that doe. Just at times, I think we could stretch that doe out just a little bit more. We got her a little bit bunched up there on the side. Still think she does an awesome job in terms of eye contact and getting that doe to move around the ring. Does a real good job out here. It's a real tough class. Young lady here in the green, she does a real good job of showing that doe's front end off. Just at times, I think we could be a little more aware in motion. I think when we come around the front of them, I like to see you get off there to the side just a little bit more. But I still think she does an awesome job out here. Young man that rounds out the class, I think he does a good job of getting enough brace and drive out of that weather. I think at times we just need to make sure that we're bracing that weather at all times. I know we have a lot of does here in this class, but I still think you need to brace the weather throughout the whole entire class. But I still think he does a good job out here. Give these kids a round of applause. Good job, young man.
Congratulations to your senior showmanship champion, Riley Harlan, representing Mustang FFA. We're going to pause here briefly, get ready for our sheep show. We'll start back promptly at 12:15. We'll give everybody a 30-minute break. We'll start back at 12:15. We're just about 5 minutes away. Get started here with our sheep show. We'll start with our ewe, the junior breeding show. You can bring all of your junior breeding ewes into the makeup area at this time. We'll begin checking you in. We'll get started here in about 5 minutes. Well, welcome back. Ready for our sheep show here at the 2026 Canadian County Free Fair. We're going to start with our U show. We have a single entry in the Shropshire. They're invited into the arena at this time. This will be second call for the Hampshire. We have 2 exhibitors. And first call for commercial. We have 6 total entries in 3 different classes in commercial. You can all begin making your way into the makeup area at this time, but we'd like to invite our single entry Shropshire into the arena this time.
Starting out the U show here, we have a nice single entry here in this division. I think the young lady brings us a nice one that can stand some competition. Real good built, real flexible in the way she moves off either end. Has plenty of look and balance from the side. We'd like to see her a little fresher there in terms of her hide, but a real nice sheep there to win this division. Give that young lady a round of applause.
Congratulations to your class winner and breed champion, Reagan Azevedo, representing Mustang FFA. In our next breed, we have a single entry in Class 1. Your first place winner out of Class 1 is Kenzie Woods of Mustang FFA, and a single entry in Class 2, Gracie Smith of Union City 4-H. We'll invite both these exhibitors into the arena for breed champion and reserve. All commercial ewes, please be checking in. All commercial ewes, be checking in.
Get out here in this Hampshire division. Each one of these are class winners in their respective class. So we're going to go ahead and just talk them, and then we'll pick your champion and reserve out of this still. Young lady in Class 1 brings a real nice one out here. That thing's tall-fronted. She's real big-footed, fuzzy-legged, has the right kind of flexibility and motion, still reads bold about her forerib and body shape, has plenty of touch up high. I think she could be a little more toned in terms of her shape up high, but I still think that ULAM offers a whole lot of good out here. I think she's a real nice sheep there to win that class. Young lady here in the heavier weight class brings us a real stout, opened up one that I think has plenty of genuine width, muscle, and power all the way through. She's bold about her forerib, has plenty of genuine shape and turn up high. She might be a little bit coarser there in terms of her build. Rolls up there just a little bit in her spine. I'd like to see her just a little smoother there in her hip-loin junction, but a real nice sheep there to win her class. Young lady in the pink will be our champion. Young lady in the black will be reserved. Give these 2 young ladies a round of applause.
In the Hampshire breed, your champion out of Class number 1, congratulations to Kenzie Woods of Mustang FFA. Your reserve champion out of Class number 2 is Gracie Smith, representing Union City 4-H. We have 3 classes of commercial. 2 exhibitors in Class number 1. Class 2 and 3 begin checking in. Class 1 is invited into the arena at this time.
Get out here in this first class, this commercial division. Young man here in the purple is going to be our class winner. I think that's a real nice ewe-lamb here to start in the class. I think she's ultra fuzzy, big-footed at the ground, has plenty of look and balance from the side. She's hard to the touch, plenty of fore-rib and body shape. Reads ultra progressive there in terms of her underline. We could clean her belly wool up just a little bit to make her look a little more seamless there from the side, but a real nice sheep there to win this class. I like that ewe-lamb a good deal. Young man here is going to be second. Real nice ewe-lamb, hard to the touch, ultra fresh, real thin-hided. Just like to see that ewe-lamb a little softer there back into her flank, help her underline progression just a little bit, but a real nice ewe-lamb there to be in second. Give those two young men a round of applause.
Here in our first class of commercial in first place, congratulations to Cole Johnson of Mustang FFA. In second place is Jordan McBain of Union City FFA. We have two exhibitors in class number 2. You're invited into the arena at this time. Class 3, please be checking in, also expecting 2 exhibitors. All of our class winners here in the U Show be standing by for overall grand and reserve grand.
Get out of here in this second class, the commercial division. We're going to leave them the way they came in. I think both these ewe-lambs are very different in terms of their type and kind. Ultimately, the young lady here in the front is going to win our class. I think that one's balance and proportionality from the side just a little bit better today. She's probably a little further along, a little more ready to show today, I'd say. Not saying she's perfect in terms of her handle. She's a little plain there about her shape up high. Ultra thin-hided, though. Good in terms of her underlying progression. Real flexible in the way she moves off either end. Tall-fronted sheep. Real nice one there to start. We'd like to see her a little more genuine shape up high, though. A young lady with the blue one here. That ewe-lamb's going to have a real bright future on down the road. She's a little greener in terms of her type and kind today, but that thing's ultra flexible, real tall-fronted. Has the right kind of parts and pieces, just probably don't blend together real smooth today. Just a little rougher there in terms of her hip-loin junction. I like to see her a little bit bigger there about her pin set, but a real nice ewe-lamb there to be in second. Just a little green today. Give that young lady a round of applause. Had to rejudge this class 2 here. Had a little mix up there in the back, I guess. I think we could bring these 2 ewe lambs out here. We already talked the young lady's blue one. She's going to go ahead and win this class now. I think that one's awful nice in terms of her build and balance. We already talked her there in the class before. Real nice sheep there to start in this class. Young lady here in the black's going to be second. I think that ewe lamb offers a lot of good. She's a little different in terms of her type and kind. I think she's ultra stout, ultra opened up all the way through. Maybe doesn't have the same kind of extras as that ewe lamb directly ahead of her did, but I still think a real nice sheep. Just need to clean her up there a little bit in her front end, maybe a redesign or a neck attachment there just a little bit, but a real nice sheep there to be in second. Give those 2 young ladies a round of applause.
Your results now in class number 2 of our commercial. In first place, Lindy Jackson representing Miller 4-H. In second place, congratulations to Gracie Smith of Union City 4-H. We're now showing class 3, expecting 2 exhibitors. We'll have our class winners be standing by for the commercial breed champion and reserve.
Get out here in this third class, and the young lady in the front here, we've already talked to her there in a class previously. She's going to go ahead and win this class. I think it's real nice. We talked to her earlier, real flexible, good built, plenty of forerib and body shape. We said she'd like to see her a little more toned there in terms of her back shape up high, but a real nice sheep there to win this class. Young lady here is going to be second. I think she brings us a real nice one that's ultra flexible in the way she moves off either end. Just looks a little greener out here today in terms of her type and kind. She rolls up there just a little bit in her spine. I like to see her come with a little more pin width and power from behind, but a real nice sheep there to be in second. Give those young ladies a round of applause.
Here in our third and final class of our commercial ewes, in first place, congratulations to Kenzie Woods of Mustang FFA. In second place, Lydia Wilson of Miller 4-H. We'll invite those class winners back into the arena for breed champion and reserve. Second place exhibitors be standing by. We're now working breed champion in the commercial division. All of our breed champions and reserve champions be standing by in the back gate for overall grand and reserve.
Get out here in this champion commercial ewe drive, and I think our 3 class winners are good representations of how the commercial show went. I think all 3 of these are really nice. Young man's lightweight, real nice sheep, just a little bit greener in terms of her type and kind. Maybe doesn't have the same kind of extras as the 2 that are directly behind her here, but a real nice sheep there to win that class. Blue sheep, real nice ewe lamb. We talked to her there in class. She's ultra unique in terms of her front end quality, real flexible in the way she moves off either end. A little greener there in terms of her type and kind today. Little needs to be a little smoother there in her hip loin junction. Maybe have a little bit bigger, become a little bigger there in terms of her pin set. But a real nice sheep there to win that class. Young lady's heavyweight ewe lamb. We talked to her twice there. I think that one's real unique there from the side. Good in terms of her balance and her proportionality. We'd like to see her with a little more shape up high, but a real nice sheep there to win that class. Young lady here in the back will be our champion. Young lady here in the middle will be reserve.
In our commercial breed, your champion comes out of class number 3. Congratulations to Kenzie Woods, Mustang FFA. Reserve champion out of class number 2, Lindy Jackson of Miller 4-H. We'll invite our breed champion in the Shropshire, Regan Azevedo, our breed champion in Hampshire, Kenzie Woods, and our breed champion in the commercial, also Kenzie Woods, into the arena for overall grand and reserve.
get out here in this champion U drive, and I think our breed representatives out here are real good. We have some good reserves there in the back that we'll bring out when we pick our reserve. But I think young lady with the Shropshire, real nice sheep, probably doesn't have the same kind of extras as the two that are directly behind her, but a real nice sheep there to win her division. Hampshire ewe lamb, we talked to her in class in division, real nice sheep that won that deal. Just real flexible, real good built, real elite in terms of her look from this side. That's why she went ahead and won that division. I like that sheep a good deal. Young lady with the commercial, that was a deep division there. I think that sheep offers the right kind of look and balance from this side. She's ultra good in terms of her build and motion. We talked about her needing to be a little more tone there in terms of her rack shape, but a real nice sheep there that won that division. Young lady with the commercial will be our champion. We'll bring out the reserve to select your reserve out here.
The 2026 Grand Champion, you out of the commercial division, out of class number 3. Congratulations to Kenzie Woods of Mustang FFA.
Bring that reserve out from that division, and it doesn't hurt the lineup any. I think that ewe-lamb's awful nice. She's awful unique in terms of her build and balance from this side. We talked about her being a little greener, and that's why she got beat in division, but I like that one a good deal. She'll go ahead and be your reserve.
Your reserve grand champion, you here at the 2026 Canadian County Free Fair, is out of class number 2. Congratulations to Lindy Jackson of Miller 4-H. You're welcome to start bringing your market weathers into the makeup area. We'll pause here briefly and get champions of our pictures of our champions and reserve champions. We'll be ready here momentarily with our hair sheep we have with a single exhibitor. Let's also bring our Southdown and Dorsets into the makeup area. This will be our first call for Whiteface Cross, but be checking in with hair sheep, Southdown, and Dorset. ready to continue on with our market weather show. Our first breed will be haired sheep. We have a single entry. We'll invite that exhibitor into the arena at this time. This will be your final call for Southdown. We have two exhibitors, a single entry in Class 1 and Class 2. We'll invite those exhibitors to begin checking in and lining up in the makeup area. Also, your final call for Dorset. Dorset should be checking in. You will follow the Southdown breed.
Young man brings a single entry here in this hair sheep division, and I think he brings a pretty nice one. I think that one can handle some competition out here. Real good built, real flexible in the way he moves off either end. I like that thing's body shape, forerib. He's opened up all the way through, has plenty of genuine width and stoutness all the way through. I'd like to see him a little harder there to the touch, but past that, that's a good one here in this division. Give that young man a round of applause.
Congratulations to your breed champion in the hair sheep, Jordan McBain in Union City, FFA. In our next breed, we have a single entry in Class number 1 and a single entry in Class number 2. We'll bring those exhibitors in for breed champion and reserve. Your first place winner in Class number 1 is Jones Barton of Union City 4-H. And your class winner out of Class number 2 is Mariah Paul out of Union City FFA.
Get out here in the Southdown division, and each one of these are class winners in their respective classes. Young man in Class 1 brings a real nice one. That thing's hard to the touch, good in terms of his forerib and body shape, plenty of genuine width and power all the way through. That thing's real flexible when he gets in motion. I like to see him a little softer there back into his flank just to kind of help his underlying progression just a little bit, but that's a real nice one there that wins that class. Young lady in the heavyweight class brings us a taller fronted sheep that reads a little fuzzier there in terms of his foot and bone work at the ground. Probably just not as fresh to the touch today, but a real nice sheep there to win that class. Young man will be our champion. Young lady, you'll be our reserve. Give these two young people a round of applause.
In our Southdown breed, your champion comes out of Class number 1, Jones Barton of Union City 4-H. Your reserve breed champion out of Class number 2, Mariah Paul, Union City FFA. We're now ready to move on to our Dorset breed. We have two exhibitors in Class number 1 and single entries in Class 2, 3, and 4. All of our Dorsets be checking in. Class 1 is in the arena at this time. We're now showing Dorset. Our next breed should be checking in the makeup area, Whiteface Cross. Following Whiteface Cross will be Natural and then Hampshire.
Get out here in this first class of these Dorsets, and young lady here in the back is going to be our class winner. I think both these two sheep are very different in terms of their type and kind. Young lady here that's going to win the class, that thing's just a little wider, stouter all the way through, a little more genuine width and power. Read him a little level there out of his hip, still reads with plenty of flexibility and motion. And I'm not going to say that the one here in second doesn't offer a nicer look from this side. That thing's tall-fronted, plenty flexible off either ends of his skeleton. Probably just not near as fresh today in terms of his touch and handle. Like to see him a little level there out of his hip, but a real nice sheep there to be in second. Give those young people a round of applause.
In class number 1, congratulations to your class winner, Selma Martinez in El Reno FFA. In second place, congratulations to Morgan Branson, Mustang FFA.
Went ahead and did class 1 there, and the rest of these 3 were class winners in their respective classes, the single entries. We'll go ahead and talk the class winners real quick, and then we'll pick your champion and reserve. Young man in class 2 brings a real nice one, real flexible in the way he moves off either end. A little plainer there about his hide. Baby doesn't have as much genuine shape and turn up high, but a real nice, good built sheep that offers a nice look there from the side. Young lady here in class 3 brings a real nice one out here. That thing's opened up all the way through. Plenty of genuine muscle and stoutness, real flexible in motion. That thing's real good when you get your hands on him for a white one. I think that sheep could be a little softer there in his flank, just to maybe make his balance a little bit better there from the side, but a real nice one there to win that class. Young lady here in the heavyweight class brings us a big white one out here. That thing's tall-fronted, real flexible in the way he moves off either end. Good in terms of his full ribbon body shape. Might be a tick a little far past 12 o'clock in terms of condition today, but a real nice one there to win that heavyweight class. We already talked our first class there. We'll go out and select your champion and reserve, and we'll select your champion and bring in your second place for reserve. But give these kids a round of applause. They did a nice job out here. Good job, young lady. Good job, young man. Good job, young lady.
We'll recognize all of our Dorset exhibitors out of class number 2. Your first place winner was Cole Johnson of Mustang FFA. Your class winner out of class 3 is Amelia Barton of Union City 4-H. Class winner out of class number 4 is Gracie Smith, Union City 4-H. Overall in the breed, your breed champion is out of class number 3, Amelia Barton, Union City 4-H. And your reserve champion is Selma Martinez, El Reno FFA. In the white-face cross, we have a single entry in class number 1, 2 exhibitors in class number 2. Please be checking in. This will be your final call for natural colored, as well as your first call for Hampshire. Be getting ready to make your way into the makeup area.
Real nice single entry here in the first class of the white-face cross. His young man brings us a real flexible one out here that has the right kind of look from the side. Maybe need a little come with a little more genuine muscle shape up high, but a real nice one here in that class, in this class here to win. Give that young man a round of applause.
In your first class of white-face cross, congratulations in first place, Caleb Hall, Union City 4-H. We have 2 exhibitors in class number 2. We'll invite our winner from Class 1 to stand by for breed champion and reserve.
Get out here in this second class of white-face crosses, and we turn the heat up just a little bit. I think both these sheep are real good in terms of their type and kind. I think we're going to go ahead and land on the young lady's piebald or goggle-eyed wether here to start. I think he's a little more immature in terms of his type and kind. I think he's real good, ultra flexible in motion. Get your hands on him. That's where he wins the class. I think he's ultra hard to the touch, fresh up high, plenty of shape and turn up there. I don't know if he is just as good in terms of his underlying progression as the one here in second, but a real nice sheep there that has a lot of future left in him to go ahead and win this class. Give that young lady a round of applause. Young man in second here brings another nice one out here. He's no slouch either. That thing's just a little bit plainer than a touch for me today. I'd like to see him a little fresher and harder up high, but that thing's a little bit better there in terms of his underlying progression. Still paints a real nice picture from the side. Just need to change him there in terms of his touch up high. But give those 2 young people a round of applause. They brought 2 real nice ones out here.
In class number 2 of our white-face cross, in first place, congratulations to Tegan Winter of Calumet FFA. In second place, Jones Barton of Union City 4-H. We'll invite those 2 class winners back into the arena for breed champion and reserve.
get out here in this white face division. I think numbers weren't real big, but I think the quality is really good in here in this division. Young man's class winner, we talked to him there. Real nice sheep, probably just doesn't have the same kind of extras as the ones that were in the second class there. Real nice sheep though, real flexible in the way he moves off either end. Just like to see him a little fresher there in terms of his hide quality. Young lady's goggle-eyed deal here in the second class. Real nice sheep. That was a tough pair there in that class. We like that one a good deal in terms of his shape and turn up high. Just a little fresher to the touch today. Young lady here in the back will be our champion in this division. We'll bring out that second in that class and select your reserve. But give these young people a round of applause.
Breed champion in whiteface cross out of class number 2. Congratulations to Tegan Winter, Calumet, FFA.
Bring that second out from that second class, and he's no slouch. We liked him a lot there in class. We'd like to see him a little harder to the touch today, but I think that thing's pretty nice. He'll be your reserve out here. Give these young people a round of applause.
Reserve breed champion in the whiteface cross also comes out of class number 2. Congratulations to Jones Barton of Union City 4-H. We're now ready for the natural colored. We have a single class with 2 exhibitors. This will be final call for our next breed, Hampshire. We're expecting 6 different classes with a total of 14 entries. Bring all of your Hampshires into the makeup area at this time and please check in. We have 3 exhibitors in class number 1 following the selection of the natural colored breed champion and reserve.
Two entries here in our natural color division. I think they're both very good in terms of their typing kind. Young lady here in the front is going to be our class winner and breed winner. I think the dark blue, and I think that thing's pretty nice from a build and balance standpoint. He's good in terms of his skin and hide quality, has plenty of genuine shape and turn up high. Probably just has a few more extras today, and that's why he's going to go ahead and sort up here in this class and division. I like that sheep a good deal, real flexible in motion. Young man here in second and reserve in this division. That sheep's no slouch either. I think that thing has plenty of genuine pin width and shape and power all the way through. Just a little smaller footed in terms of his foot and bone work at the ground. Probably just doesn't have the same kind of extras as that one directly ahead of him, but a real nice sheep there to be reserved in this division. Give these young people a round of applause.
In our natural breed division, your first place winner, also breed champion. Congratulations to Melody Goad of Union City 4-H. Your reserve breed champion, congratulations to Renato Martinez, El Reno FFA. Our next breed is going to be Hampshires. We have 3 exhibitors in class number 1. This will be your first call for our Blackface Cross. We're just now showing our first class of Hampshires, but first call for Blackface Cross.
get out of here in this first class of Hampshires, and I think we have some trade-offs. We're going to go ahead and land on this one here in the front. That thing's good to the touch, plenty of genuine shape and turn up high, real stout and fuzzy-legged, real flexible when you get him in motion, real nice profiling sheep. Not saying he's perfect. I think he could be a little longer there in terms of his hip and come with a little more turn to his lower stifle. I know these things are a little bit greener, but I think that things could be just a little bit longer there in terms of his hip, but a real nice one there to start off in this class. A young lady here in second brings us a nice one in terms of his build and balance from this side. Tall fronted, good in terms of his underline progression, probably a nickel longer there in terms of his hip, but at the same time, that thing just needs to be a little more toned in terms of his shape and turn up high. Just gets a little softer and plainer there when we compare him back to that one directly ahead of him, but a real nice sheep there to be in second. Young lady brings us one here in third, another real nice sheep, ultra fresh and thin hided to the touch, hard in terms of his back shape up high. Just need to get that thing a little stouter there in terms of his feature. Just looks a little green today, a little long and tubular in terms of his body shape, but a real nice sheep there to be in third as he moves on down the road. I think that thing has a bright future whenever he gets filled out there. But give these young people a round of applause. They did a nice job.
In our first class of Hampshire, in first place, Morgan Branson, Mustang FFA. In second place, congratulations to Aubrey Valbrock, Yukon FFA. And third place, Regan Azevedo, Mustang FFA. We have two exhibitors in class number 2. Class 3 and 4 be checking in.
We're going to lead these two the way they came in. I think the young man starts us off here in this class fairly quickly. I think that sheep's awful nice in terms of his design and balance from this side. He's good and fresh touching up high. Plenty of shape and turn and power all the way through. Not saying he's perfect there in terms of his spine. We could relax him there just a little bit, but a real nice sheep there to win this class. Give that young man a round of applause. Young lady here in second brings a nice one in terms of his forerib and body shape. Good about his underlying progression, some width all the way through. Just looks a little plainer out here today. Need to have him come with a little stouter about his foot and bone work. Maybe come a little shorter there in terms of his tail dog to kind of make his hip and hind leg just a little bit more attractive there. But a real nice sheep there to be in second. Give those two young people a round of applause.
In class number 2 of our Hampshires in first place, congratulations to Cole Johnson of Mustang FFA. In second place, congratulations to Haley Dvorak of Mustang FFA. We have two exhibitors in class number 3, 3 exhibitors in class 4. Class 4 can begin checking in. Now showing class number 3.
Real nice class here. We're going to leave them the way they came in as well here in this class. A young lady that wins the class. I think that thing's opened up. He's stout. He's wolfy all the way through. He's ultra big in terms of his foot and bone work at the ground, and for that much power, he still gets around pretty good in motion. Real flexible off either end. Has plenty of genuine shape and turn up high. Real nice sheep there to go ahead and start off in this class. Like that one a good deal. Young man, you're going to be second here in this class. Real nice sheep in terms of his underlying progression and balance from this side. Just at times, that thing just needs to be a little fresher there in terms of his handle. Maybe come with a little more stoutness and foot and bone work down low to kind of compete with that one directly ahead of him. But a real nice sheep there to be in second. Give those two young people a round of applause.
In class number 3, congratulations in first place to Gracie Smith of Union City 4-H. In second place, congratulations to Dallas Dvorak of Mustang FFA. We have 3 exhibitors in class number 4. Class 5 and 6 be checking in. We're now showing class 4 of Hampshire. Want to remind our first and second place winners to be standing by for the Hampshire Breed Drive here once we get done with class number 6. First and second place Hampshire winners be standing by in the makeup area.
Turn the heat up here a little bit in this division. Young man brings us one. I think wins fairly handily in this class. Ultra good built, wide, stout, opened up all the way through. Real good and fresh to the touch up high. Real nice sheep there to start this class. Young lady here in second brings us a real good built one that offers us a nice look there from this side. Just probably doesn't have the same kind of genuine shape and turn up high as the one directly ahead of him. Maybe need to see him a little more opened up all the way through, but a real nice sheep there to be in second. Young man there in third, real nice sheep. Probably just doesn't have the same kind of extras as these two directly ahead of him do. But give that young man a round of applause. These kids are doing great out here.
In class number 4, congratulations to your first place winner, Jones Martin of Union City FFA. In second place was Selma Martinez of El Reno FFA. And congratulations in third place, Haley Dvorak of Mustang FFA. We have 3 exhibitors in class number 5. Class 6, a single exhibitor be standing by.
get out here in this class, and I think the two here that sort to the top, they sort fairly quickly to the top. I think they're both very different in terms of their type and kind. They're on the opposite ends of the spectrum. I think the one we're going to land on, I think his build and balance quality is off the charts good. I think he's ultra flexible in motion. He can moves around the ring like a cat. I think that thing's balance from the side is awful good. Not going to be the one to tell you that he has enough, because I think he could have just a little bit more. He's a little flatter there about his forerib. Maybe needs a little more genuine punch and power all the way through, but that thing's awful good built, awful good looking there from the side to go ahead and win this class. Young lady here in second, opposite deal, opposite story on this one. That one's the opened up stout one that has so much width and genuine mass and power all the way through. Things hard to the touch. I just question his growth pattern. He's a little more on the more moderate side. He gets a little rounder out of his hip, maybe a little coarser there in terms of his design, but a real nice one there to be in second. Young man here in third brings a nice one in terms of his balance from the side. Good touching up high, fresh about his skin and hide quality. Maybe just gets a little rolled up there in his spine, a little more rigid in the way he moves off either end. Make him a little bit better there in terms of his build, and he can move up here in this class. But give these young people a round of applause. They did a nice job out here.
In class number 5, in first place, congratulations to Tegan Winter of Calumet FFA. In second place, Kenzie Woods, Mustang FFA. And in third place, congratulations to Jordan McBain of Union City FFA. We're now showing our final class of Hampshire with a single entry. We'd like to invite all of our class winners out of class 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to begin lining up at the entry gate for breed champion and reserve.
Real nice single entry here in this class. That's a dang nice sheep. Tall fronted, real flexible, great in terms of his underlying progression. He's hard when you get your hands on him. I like that sheep a good deal. Give that young lady a round of applause. She brought us a nice one out here.
Your class winner at class number 6 is Amelia Barton of Union City 4-H. We'll now invite our class winners back into the arena for breed champion and reserve. This will be your final call for Blackface Cross. Blackface Cross, we have 2 exhibitors in class 1, 2 exhibitors in class 2, a single exhibitor in class 3, 2 exhibitors in class 4. Begin checking in. All Blackface Cross exhibitors, please check in the makeup area.
get out here in this Hampshire division. We turned the heat up here just a little bit in this division. I think an awful nice set of class winners out here. Kind of boils down to the three here in the back. For me, I'll kind of go ahead and talk each one of these three, just kind of what my thoughts are going through this deal. Young man here in the fourth class, I think awful nice there from the side. Good touching, plenty of genuine width and power. Just a nice, good, complete sheep that doesn't have a whole lot wrong. I'd like to see him just a little bit fresher there about his chest, maybe a little bit, but a real nice sheep there that's just awful complete, just a good, nice sheep that doesn't have a whole lot wrong with him. A young lady here in the fifth class, we talked that one there. I think he's awful unique and cool from the side. He's real flexible in motion. We talked to him there in class, maybe needing a little more to him. He's just a little flatter there about his stifle, maybe a little more closed up all the way through, but a real nice one in terms of freshness and touch and handle quality, and still yet having an awful nice look from the side and being incredibly good built. Young lady brought us that single entry there in the last class, and that one combined quite a bit of good. I think that thing's real flexible, good in terms of his underlying progression, real youthful for that big of a sheep here today, but a real nice sheep, plenty of genuine shape and turn and handle up high. That young lady will be your champion out here in this division, and then a young lady here directly in front of her will be our reserve. But give those young people a round of applause. Did a nice job out here.
In our Hampshire breed, your champion out of class number 6, congratulations to Amelia Barton, Union City 4-H. Your reserve champion out of class number 5, congratulations to Tegan Winter, Calumet FFA. We're now ready for our first class of Black Face Cross. We have 2 exhibitors in Class 1. Class 2, 3, and 4 begin checking in.
Real nice set of lightweights here in this cross-spread deal. We're going to go ahead and start with the young lady here in the front. I think just build quality alone just kind of sorts him to the top. Real flexible, real good built. He's still awful green and should have a bright future on down the road, but I just think his build quality alone kind of sorts him to the top here in this class. Young lady here in second, that's a nice sheep as well. Plenty of genuine width and shape up high. Probably reads a little stouter about his feature and foot and bone work down low. Probably just doesn't have the same kind of flexibility and skeletal quality in motion as the one directly ahead of him, but a real nice sheep there to be in second. Give those 2 young ladies a round of applause.
In the Blackface Cross out of class number 1, in first place, congratulations to Morgan Branson of Mustang FFA. In second place, congratulations to Aubrey Valbrock of Yukon FFA. We're expecting 2 exhibitors in class number 2. Class 3, 4, and 5 begin checking in.
Young ladies bring us another pair of green ones out here in this second class. Young lady here in the front's going to win here. I think that one's just a little more ready to go. I know he's still a little bit green, but I think he's a little more ready to go when we compare him to that one there in second. Good in terms of his forerib and body shape. Good about his underline. Has plenty of genuine shape and turn up high. We'd like to see him a little stouter there about his foot and bone work at the ground, but a nice sheep there to be in to win this class. Young lady here in second, a real nice sheep as well. Plenty of stoutness to foot and bone work at the ground. Just ultra green today, a little tubular in terms of his body type, but a real good set of sheep there in that second class. Give those two young ladies a round of applause.
In class number 2 in the black-faced cross, both entries are from the same exhibitor. First place and second place to Lindy Jackson of Miller 4-H. We have a single entry in class number 3, class 4, 5, and 6. Be checking in.
Man brings us a nice single entry here. Real nice sheep, bold about his forerib and body shape, correct in his underline progression, has some width and power all the way through. Real nice sheep here to win this class. Give that young man a round of applause.
In class number 3, congratulations to Stanton Wilson of Miller 4-H. We have two exhibitors in class number 4 entering the arena at this time. Class 5 and 6, be checking in.
Get out here in this next class, and I think the young lady brings us a nice one again. I think that thing's ultra stout, ultra opened up all the way through, plenty of width and power, good about his shape and turn up high, and still yet flexible in motion. Real nice sheep there to win that class. A young man here in second, sheep's completely opposite of the one that wins the class. That one's the taller fronted, more youthful looking one that's a little more streamlined about his look, I would say. Probably just doesn't have the same kind of extras in terms of width and power all the way through, and handle quality is the one directly ahead of him. But a real nice sheep there to be in second. Give those two young people a round of applause.
In class number 4, congratulations to your class winner, Gracie Smith, Union City 4-H. In second place, congratulations to Cole Johnson, Mustang FFA. We have two exhibitors in class number 5 entering the arena at this time. Class 6, be checking in. We'd also make this first call for all of our class winners to be making their way back in towards the entry area and start lining up. We'll be ready for the Blackface Cross Breed and Reserve Breed Champion here momentarily.
We're going to go ahead and lead these two young people the way they walked in. Young lady brings a nice one out here to win this class. Tall fronted, real flexible in the way he moves off either end. Not saying he's perfect there about his chest. He could be a little bit more toned up about his shape up high, but a real nice sheep there to win this class. Like that sheep a good deal. Young lady here in second brings us another nice one out here. Real flexible in the way he moves off either end. It's fresh and hard to the touch. Probably just doesn't have the same kind of extras as that one directly ahead of him, but a real nice sheep there to be in second. Give those two young people a round of applause.
In class number 5, your first place winner, congratulations to Amelia Barton of Union City 4-H. In second place, congratulations to Megan Hull, Mustang FFA. We're now working our final class of Blackface Cross. We're expecting 2 exhibitors in this class.
Get out here in this last class of cross spreads, and young man's going to go ahead and start us off here in this class. I think he brings us another nice one out here. Wide stout, opened up all the way through. Plenty of genuine shape and turn up high. Might not have a whole lot of extras, but just a real nice sheep and to go ahead and win this class here. Young lady here in second. That's a taller fronted sheep that reads a little more youthful there about his chest. But at the same time, we need to see him a little stouter about his foot and bone work at the ground. Maybe open him up there a little bit there in terms of his pin set. Come with a little more genuine power all the way through. But a real nice sheep there to be in second. Give those two young people a round of applause.
In our final class of Blackface Cross, in first place, congratulations to Jordan McBain of Union City FFA. In second place, congratulations to Reagan Azevedo. Mustang FFA will invite all of our class winners into the arena at this time for the Blackface Cross Breed and Reserve Breed Champion Drive. This will be first call for all of our breed champions, and reserve champions to begin lining up in the makeup area for today's Sheep Show Grand Drive.
Get out here in this cross drive, and I think it boils down to 2 for me out here. They're different in terms of their type and kind. One stouter, wider, or opened up all the way through, fresher and harder to the touch. Maybe just doesn't have the same kind of extras in terms of look and balance from this side, but a real nice sheep. The other sheep out here, I think good balance, real flexible in the way he moves off either end, real nice in terms of his balance from the side. Maybe needs to be a little fresher there in terms of his touch up high. Still has plenty of genuine muscle and width all the way through. Just like to see him a little more toned up there about his shape. 2 really nice sheep. Young lady here is going to be our champion. Young lady up here is going to be our reserve. Give those 2 young ladies a round of applause.
Your breed champion comes out of class number 5. Congratulations to Amelia Barton, Union City 4-H. Reserve champion is out of class number 4, Gracie Smith, Union City 4-H. We're now ready for the grand drive here at the 2026 Canadian County Free Fair. We'd like to invite all of our breed champions to begin lining up. We'll be ready for you here momentarily. Now, following this drive, we will go right into showmanship. We'll start just like we did with the goats. We'll start with the Pee Wee division. Those are ages 4 through 8 in second grade. Following the Pee Wee will be our junior division, 3rd through 6th grade. Intermediate will be 7th through 9th grade. And senior division will be 10th through 12th. And that will take place immediately following the grand drive as these exhibitors enter the arena at this time.
Get out here in this champion market drive. And I think our quality's been really deep all the way through today. even our minor breeds are pretty good. I think all of those minor breeds will have a good shot at playing at some of these state and national shows here on down the road. I think quality's been really good today. I think it kind of boils down to one that kind of wins, and I think he gets a little closer there for reserve. We'll bring our reserve out of that respective division that we'll pull our champion out of. I think it's close. Give these kids a round of applause. Kids, thank your parents and ag teachers and everyone who helps you. Real nice show today. I'll go out and select your champion, and then I'll go out and select your reserve once we bring that reserve in that division out. But give these kids a big round of applause.
Congratulations to your grand champion here at the 2026 Canadian County Freak Fair out of the Hampshire Division, Amelia Barton in Union City 4-H. Your reserve grand champion also out of the Hampshire breed. Congratulations to Tegan Winter of Calumet FFA. We'll reset the arena here, be ready for our Pee Wee showmanship. If you have a Pee Wee exhibitor, please begin lining up at the entry gate. Following that class will be junior, then intermediate, and then senior showmanship. As we continue making preparations for the showmanship portion of this afternoon's show, and remind you, the carnival opens at 6 p.m. We will resume our regular operations here in the arena at 3 with the Swine Show. And then at 6:30 in the Expo Hall will be the 4-H and FFA Quiz Bowl. At 7 p.m., Battle of the Bands directly behind the announcer's stand in the pavilion at the main stage. And also remind everybody to have a safe travel trip home at 10 p.m. The fair and the midway close. So once we get done with showmanship, we will pause here briefly before the Swine Show starts at 3. The Midway Carnival opens at 6. 4-H and FFA Quiz Bowls at 6:30. Battle of the Bands in the main stage at 7. And then the fair closes at 10 p.m. tonight.
Young man here is a single entry in the PB division. Automatic winner, right, buddy? Yep. He does a real nice job out here. Gets as much drive and brace out of that weather as he possibly can, but give him a big round of applause. He's doing great out here.
Well, let's congratulate in our Pee Wee division, Harper McBain from Union City. Congratulations. We're now ready for the junior division. These are youth that are in 3rd through 6th grade. Following this will be intermediate youth in 7th through 9th grade, and then our senior division, 10th through 12th grade.
Real good set of juniors out here, guys, and I think it kind of boils down to the two young people up here at the front. I think they do an awesome job. They did a great job all the way throughout the day. Young man does a real good job of knowing where I am at all times, switching sides, making sure he shows the front end off. Times I think we could be a little more aware of where that sheep's feet placement is. I think we can make him a little bit squarer there at times, but I still think he does a really good job of getting enough drive and brace out of that sheep as he possibly can. Young lady here does an awesome job as well. She's a little more aware of where that sheep's feet need to be at most times. Just needed to be a little more aware of where I am, maybe show that front end when I walk around the front side of them. But she does a really good job out here getting enough brace and drive out of that sheep and still yet making sure that that sheep's feet are in the right place at all times. I think I like the young man's hand placement just a little bit better. On down the line here, young man does a good job of getting enough brace out of that sheep. Might just need to stretch him out just a little bit, wrap your body around him just so you can get a little more drive out of that weather there. Young lady with the blue one does a really good job of making sure that sheep's set up. We need to wrap our body around him just a little bit more so we can get a little more brace and drive out of him. Young lady here at the back, she does an awesome job. She's a stick out here. Just need to we got to get a little bigger so we can make sure we can set our feet where they need to be, but she does a good job in terms of her body posture, her hand placement. Just got to be a little bit bigger so we can set our back legs and feet. Two young people up here. Young man, you're going to be our champion. Young lady, you're going to be our reserve here in this division. Give these two young people a round of applause, and the rest of them a big round of applause. They did an awesome job out here. Good job, buddy.
In the junior division, congratulations to your showmanship champion, Jones Barton of Union City 4-H. We're all ready to move right along into our intermediate division. This is for youth in 7th through 9th grade. Senior exhibitors be standing by.
Get out here in this intermediate division. I'm going to go ahead and just talk all four of them, just kind of tell them what I think they should work on and what I think they do good. Young lady up at the front. She's good in terms of her posture. Hand placement's good. She gets enough drive and brace out of that weather. But young lady, I think you're old enough now you can set his back legs. I said, I don't think you have to he pushes them into place for you, but I think you're old enough now you should be able to set that thing's back legs. But I still think she does an awesome job in terms of getting enough brace and drive out of that sheep. Her body posture's correct to where she positions herself in front of that weather. She does a nice job. Young lady here that comes next here, I think she does a good job of making sure she sets that sheep's feet. She gets enough brace out of that sheep but at times I want to see us wrap our body around that sheep just a little bit more, maybe get our hand placement just a little bit better, maybe not wrap our hands around that sheep's neck, show that sheep's front end off just a little bit better. Young man, you do a good job of getting enough brace and drive out of that sheep. You're always aware of where I am. I know you're a little bit younger probably of these four out here, so I know it's a little harder for you to set legs, but you're in the intermediate division now. We gotta try to do that just a little bit. I like to see you get that sheep's neck back at a 90-degree angle at times, and maybe switch your hand placement and get those fingers up in their jaw. But I still think you do a good job of getting enough brace and drive out of that sheep out here. Young man here at the back, I think you do a good job making sure that sheep's feet are in the right place. I think we can get just a little bit lower and get a little more drive and brace out of that sheep, but I still think you do an awesome job out here. Young lady up at the front is going to be our champion. Give these young people a round of applause out here.
Congratulations in our intermediate division to your showmanship champion. That's Salma Martinez of El Reno FFA. We're now ready for our final class of the day, senior showmanship. These exhibitors are in 10th through 12th grade.
real deep set of seniors out here. They're doing an awesome job. I'm going to go ahead and talk each kid, kind of tell them what I think they could work on, what I think they do good. Young man at the front, he's a tall kid. I get it. I was tall when I showed sheep, and it's hard being a tall kid showing sheep. I think he does an awesome job for being as tall as he is, getting as much drive and brace out of those sheep as he possibly can. His hand placement is really good. At times we get those sheep just a little too far stretched for me. I think we can bunch them up just a little bit, but I still think he does an awesome job of getting enough brace and drive out of that sheep. At times I'd like for you to position your body just a little bit further to the side just so we can see that sheep's front end just a little bit more, but I still think you do an awesome job in terms of hand placement, getting enough drive and brace out of that sheep, being aware of where I am at all times. I think you could slow down just a little bit whenever we're switching sides. We get a little nervous out here. Just okay, just chill out. Everyone got a little nervous, I thought. But I think just chill, just be calm, cool, and collected, and that's how you do good in showmanship. Young lady here that comes next, I think she does an awesome job in terms of being calm and cool and collected. She's real poised in terms of the way she sets that sheep up. She always makes sure that sheep's feet are square at all times. I like her hand placement. I like where she places her hands on that sheep. She does a really good job in that aspect. At times we can stretch that sheep out just a little bit more. We got to be aware of that, but I still think she does a really good job in terms of hand placement and body posture. Young lady here that comes next, I think she gets as much drive and brace out of her sheep as she possibly can the whole entire day. At times, I know that sheep's a little bit hard to show. We got his back leg a little too far back, and he's hyperextending. We got to be aware of that, make sure we fix that problem. I like to see you get your hands a little more up in the jaw. Instead of trying to roll your thumb underneath their jaw, you just kind of cover up a little too much of their neck. But I still think she does an awesome job in terms of getting enough brace and drive out of that sheep. I think we can slow down, cool out, just calm down just a little bit. We get a little worked up out here. There ain't no need to do that. I think she does a good job in that aspect. Just got to change her hand placement there a little bit, be a little more aware of that back leg is. Over here, young man with the dorper. He does a good job. He's done it all day, getting enough brace and drive out of those sheep. I think we could fix her hand placement just a little bit. Don't wrap her hands around the back side of their neck, but I still think he does an awesome job of getting enough brace and drive out of that sheep as he possibly can. Young lady here, she does a good job in terms of getting that sheep pushing up into her. At times I need to be a little more aware of where that sheep's feet are. She's good in terms of her hand posture. Just got to be a little more aware of where our feet placement is. Young lady here, same story. Got to be a little more of where our feet placement is. Maybe get down a little lower and get a little more drive out of that sheep. But I think these three do an awesome job out here. It boils down to these three for me. I'm going to work them just a little bit longer, and then I'll select your champion. Give these kids a big round of applause, though.
In the senior division in showmanship, congratulations to your champion, Kenzie Woods, Mustang FFA. That does conclude the sheep portion of today's show. Join us back here at 3 p.m. for our swine show. Also want to remind everybody here before you go home that the expo hall is now open. Tonight at 6 p.m., Midway Carnival opens. At 6:30 p.m., the 4-H and FFA Quiz Bowl. 7 p.m., Battle of the Bands at the main stage. And then safe travels tonight. The fair and Midway close at 10 p.m. We'll be back to you here momentarily at 3 p.m. for our swine show. Well, welcome back here. We're ready to get started back with our swine show here. We're going to start with our female division. We're going to have our junior breeding females begin making their way. We anticipate this show will go pretty quick, so please pay attention, listen up. We would like to have all of our junior breeding females in the makeup area. We have a single entry in Berkshire, single entry in Chester White, 3 entries in 2 classes of Duroc, a single entry in Hereford, 2 entries in Poland, China, 2 entries in Spots, 2 entries in Light Cross, and we will have 4 classes with a total of 6 exhibitors in Dark Cross. So I can have all of our females begin making their way into the makeup area. We'll get started here with our swine show in the gilt division. The speed of this show as it's going, this will be your first call for the barrel show immediately following the gilts here this afternoon. We're ready to get started here. When the exhibitors make their way into the makeup area, we want to thank Carson Osborne for being our judge here this afternoon. Thank you for evaluating our animals. We also want to thank Corey Crawford, Scott Buchanan, Jim Bob Carson for being our superintendents here today for the 2026 Canadian County Fair Swine Show. We're now working our first breed, a Berkshire with a single entry. Chester White, please check in, as well as Duroc and Hereford.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and it's always an honor and a privilege when I get the opportunity and get the call to come out and evaluate any stock show, no matter the size. And I'd be lying to you if I told you that I wasn't as excited to sort of county fair as I was when I got this call. Because, man, growing up in Oklahoma, Canadian County is just synonymous for good livestock. And nonetheless, we start out with one out here that I hope I got this class right. We've got an awesome single entry Berkshire gilt out here that offers so many unique things for the breed. To be that stout in terms of her feature at the ground and still have so much length and extension ahead of her blade is plenty impressive. Couple that with the fact that she's ripped up and fresh about her back shape, an awfully nice gilt to go ahead and start off the show. Give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to your Berkshire breed champion, Tandy Winter, representing Calumet 4-H. We're now ready to move right along. We have a single entry in our Chester White division. They're invited into the arena at this time.
Another good single entry out here in the Chester Show that could withstand some other competition. One that you love, the spread and dimension that she comes with over the top side of her skeleton. One that's so productive in terms of the swoop to her lower body line and is busted open and massive there in her forerib. Maybe not the stoutest featured animal out here. Maybe not the sharpest looking up ahead of her blade, but still an awfully high quality, powerful gilt here in the Chester Show. Congratulations, this young man.
Congratulations to your breed champion in the Chester White, Ellis Stewart in Calumet 4-H. In our next breed, we have two exhibitors in class number 1 and a single exhibitor in class number 2. Class 1 is invited into the arena at this time.
There's a pair of really nice Duroc gilts out here that both offer some differences in terms of type and kind, but yet are so similar at the same time. One of them's a little bit more comfortable as she gets out and goes across the surface and is squarer and more secure in terms of where she plants her rear feet when you get in behind them. One of them's the wilder looking one that's bigger and more busted open in terms of her sternum when she drives right at you. I'll keep them true and comfortable as they go away from you and use the young man right here in the plaid shirt to go ahead and win the class. That's one that's still stout in terms of her feature, is awfully sharp looking in her front 1/3. Yeah, she's not the most busted open in terms of her upper rib cage, isn't just the deepest and soggiest in terms of her lower body line, but one that's just more comfortable as she gets out and goes and is squarer and more true right at the surface as she leaves you. Young man right here in the striped shirt has got an awfully impressive one that he brought out here to the fair. That's an absolutely stout jawline and mug that's tied in to a long and extended neck and the front 1/3 of her skeleton. For me, she gets a little bit more upright in terms of the angle of her blade. She's the wider chested one, but at the same time, when you step in behind her, she closes too much at the ground for me. But a hairy, stout featured, good looking one right there. Good pair of them here in this class. Congrats to these kids.
Your results in the first class at Duroc. First place, congratulations to Mason Morris of Yukon FFA. And in second place, Tyson Winter, Calumet 4-H. We're now ready for our single entry in class number 2. We'd like to invite our First and second place winners out of Class 1 to stand by for a breed champion in reserve.
Nice Duroc show out here, and we'll go ahead and talk the young man's heavyweight. That was a single entry there, one that you love, the maternal power that she brings through the center portion of her body. That one's square and busted open off of both ends of her skeleton. If you want to change her, you could relax her there in her spine, pick her up there at the point of her shoulder, and make her a little bit sharper looking right there, but one that brings so much power through the center portion of her body. I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's lightweight to go ahead and be your champion. We'll bring out that second place.
Your results out of class number 2 in first place. Congratulations to Tucker Wood of Calumet FFA. And your Duroc breed champion comes out of class number 1. Congratulations to Mason Morris of Yukon FFA. We're now showing for breed reserve champion. We need to have Herefords, Poland China, Spots, Light, and Dark Cross to please be checking in the makeup area.
Lots of differences out here when it comes down for reserve, but one of them is just too unique for me to leave out of the champion or out of the reserve champion spot. Second place out of lightweights will be your reserve.
Congratulations to your reserve breed champion in the Duroc out of class number 1, Tyson Winter from Calumet 4H. We're now ready to move right along. We have a single entry in our Hereford Gilts. They're invited into the arena at this time. All other Gilt exhibitors, please check in.
Good single entry, Hereford Gilt out here. Young man brings us a highly presented one that's high-headed. It's obvious and apparent that the young man did his work at home. One that you love, just the shape that she has up high. One that's just so highly presented and square off of either end of her skeleton. And one that can be pushed on and fluffed up a little bit more as we get through the next 2 months towards Tulsa. But a great Hereford Gilt out here. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to your breed champion in the Hereford breed, Aiden Johnson and Mustang FFA. In our next breed, we have a single class with 2 entries, Poland China. You're invited into the arena at this time.
We'll get through this pair of Polands before they start to act like Polands. Again, kind of like the Red Hog show and that particular lightweight class, two of them that offer so many differences between the pair of them. Kind of set a precedence earlier in that class on how I'm going to sort them. I like the young man in the plaid right here to go ahead and win the class. For me, that one's just so much square and more busted open as she drives right at you. She might not be stouter in terms of her circumference of bone in comparison to the one that's going to wind up in second, but if you study their toes, that's the one that offers more genuine toe spread, and nonetheless, that's one that's absolutely ripped up in terms of her back shape. That's the higher headed and stouter skulled one. Good Poland there to go ahead and win. Young man right here's got one that I like a lot of things about. I love the circumference of bone that she offers. I love the pliability that she has through her center cavity. I love the spread and dimension that she has up high. It's just when she drives right at me, she closes up too much for me. I'd like to stouten her up in terms of her jawline, pick her up in terms of where she ties her neck into, and maybe just make her a little bit more comfortable as she wants to get just a little bit more too much set to her hock, but an absolute powerhouse in terms of her center body. That's huge in terms of her circumference of bone. Awfully good Poland show. Congrats to these kids. Good job, bud.
In the Poland China breed, your breed champion, also first in this class, is Davis Morris of Yukon FFA. Reserve champion Tabor Winter, Calumet 4H. Want to remind all of our champion and reserve champion exhibitors to hang back in the makeup area. We're just 2 breeds away from the Gilt Grand Drive. We have 2 entries in a single class in spots. Those exhibitors are invited into the arena at this time. We have 2 exhibitors in light cross. Please be checking in.
Good set of spots out here that the 2 young ladies bring us. I think one of them's just so much fresher and better in terms of her presentation. That's the young lady in the pink shirt. Not only is that one's presentation so good, but that one ties her neck high into the top side of her shoulder, get on top of her, and there's plenty of power and spread there. She's square as she leaves you. One that might be just a little bit on the edge in terms of where her elbow sets out for this guy. I'd like to clean up her crest ever so slightly, but it's still a really high quality spot gilt there to go ahead and start off the spot show. Young lady over here in the kind of blue turquoise colored shirt has got one that you love, the maternal power and look that she brings about her. One though that I'd just like to clean up front and spread her up or spread her out as she drives right at you, but still a high quality pair of spot gilts. Congrats to those kids out here.
Your breed champion in spot. Also in first place, congratulations to Madeline Whitman of Maple 4H. Your reserve champion, congratulations to Cody Stewart. We have a single entry in Class 1 and a single entry in Class 2 in our light cross.
Pair of blue ones out here that are both class winners out of single entry classes. Young man's blue belt that comes out of the first class is one that you love, just the shape and power that she brings to the table, ripped up over the top side of her skeleton, and is packing a huge heavy punch as she leaves you probably just a little bit too much for the guy with the mic in his hand, but that's okay today because that's one that has got some stoutness of feature and some look up front, like a lot of things that one does. Young lady out of the heavyweight class has got one that's softer in terms of her body line. When you step off from the side, she's got one that's stouter and better in terms of the shape of her skull, and is definitely stouter featured in terms of her circumference of the bone at the ground. Another one that whenever you step in behind her, you question if she has too much, but she leaves you like a Mack truck. I like the heavyweight to be your champion. I like the lightweight to be your reserve. Congrats to these kids.
In our light cross, we have a champion and a reserve champion, both of these animals owned by McKinley Butler. Your champion is the heavyweight out of class number 2. Reserve was out of class number 1. We have a single entry in the first class of Dark Cross. Class 2, 3, and 4 be checking in.
Young man brings us a solid black gilt to start out the Dark Cross show, and one that you like. So many things about this one, especially for being a lightweight. This thing's tucked up and clean in terms of her throat latch. That one's as fresh as you can ask for over the top side of her skeleton. Step in behind her, and she's square and has a big rear leg that flexes plenty good as she gets out and goes out here, and one that looks like that she still has a bunch of gas left in the tank to get on through the fall and maybe even further. Awfully high quality one to start out the darks. Congrats to him.
In class number 1, congratulations to your class winner, Jasper Whitman of Calumet FFA. We have 2 exhibitors in class 2. Class 3 and 4 be checking in. Class 2, you're invited into the arena at this time.
Good pair of them out here that offer a lot of similarities. I like the young man here to my right to go ahead and start off the class, though. One that comes, sticks her head through the gate and has got a look that could kill. Get on top of her, and she's fresh, ripped up, and ready to go today. That one's square and genuine as she leaves you and still packs enough of a punch right there. I'm not going to tell you that she's the fluffiest and freshest in terms of her mid-body that we've seen today, but still right in terms of the depth of her flank. Awfully good one that's got a good feeding window down the road. Young lady right here is a hammer on the stick on this thing, and has got one that you appreciate a lot of things about. One that's fresh up high, one that's got some punch in terms of the upper side of her hip, one that I'd like to square up as she leaves you at the ground, one that could use just a little bit more gas there in terms of her stifle, one that we could fill up just just a little bit more in terms of her flank, but an awesome gilt there to round out the class. Congrats to her.
The results in class number 2: in first place, congratulations to Mason Morris of Yukon FFA. In second place, congratulations to Kyra Kropp, Yukon FFA. We have a single entry in class number 3. Class 4 will be checking in.
Good single entry out here in this class. One that you like a lot of things about. She's square off of either end of her skeleton. She's got turned and robustness to the center portion of her body. She does kind of some interesting things with her pasterns. I'd like to strengthen her on her front pasterns and make her more comfortable in that regard. But at the same time, I'd like to relax her and set her down on her rear pasterns. Might be just a problem out here on the carpet surface that kind of exposes that, but one that you love the way she feeds out of her blade, just so fresh, and one that's so good in terms of her mid-body. Good gilt in a single entry class.
In class number 3, congratulations to your class winner, Davis Morris and Yukon FFA. This is our final class of Dark Cross. In the gilt show, we have 2 exhibitors.
A lot of differences out here in this class, but for me, I think there's one that just swallows the other one. That's the young lady in the dark blue shirt here to my left. One that's absolutely radical in terms of her shape. One that's big and busted open and has so much turn in terms of her forerib and feeds that kind of power just back throughout her entire body. One that's on the outside or pushing the edges as she goes away from you. I think we can call that acceptable here in this class for that one's look, stoutness of jawline, and feature at the ground. Good high quality gilt right there to start off the class. Young lady that brings us the solid black gilt has got one that's great in terms of where she sets her spine into her on the profile. She ties her neck high into the top side of her shoulder. One though that probably just isn't as clean there in the bottom side of her neck. I'd like to clean that one up in terms of her crest in comparison to the one that gets ahead ahead of her and busts that one open in terms of her forerib to get around the one that wins the class. But a high-quality gilt that's more comfortable on the move as she gets out and goes. Congrats to these kids in the Dark Cross show.
In class number 4, congratulations to your class winner, McKinley Butler, representing Bronco 4H. In second place, congratulations to Spencer Gibbons, representing Calumet 4H. We'll now invite our class winners back into the arena for breed champion and reserve.
Great Dark Cross Guild show and out here, and looking back as we sorted that last class, there was one in my mind that I thought would be the best one whenever we bring them out here, and there's not a doubt in my mind that she is the best one in the ring right now. I've more kind of just been bouncing around on what's going to go reserve. I've made up my mind. I'm comfortable with them. There's plenty of differences in between them, but I think you guys can probably gather that I like to build them from the ground up and make them sound and make them comfortable and square and still have stoutness of feature and all those cool extras that we talk about. Young man in the plaid shirt in the center of the ring is going to have your champion. Young lady out of the last class will have your reserve. Congratulations to them.
Breed champion comes out of class number 2. Congratulations to Mason Morris, Yukon FFA. Your reserve breed champion is out of class number 4, McKinley Butler and Bronco 4H. We'll now reset the arena. Be ready to invite all of our breed champions back into the arena for Grand and Reserve Grand in our gilt show today. This will be the second call for all barrows. All barrows, please make your way into the makeup area at this time.
great gilt show that we've had out here today, and one that I was excited to get out here into the Grand Drive and compare some of these things. I'm pretty quick in terms of my decisions, but still, when you come into a Grand Drive, I like to kind of wipe the slate clean in my mind because there's a lot of things that can happen. Since the Berkshire show just about 45 minutes ago, field differences can change. Some can get more comfortable, but still, there's been one that's been in my mind that I think just does the most right things for me in terms of just being fault-free, not really screwed up anywhere, isn't just the most extreme in terms of any regard. I'm going to go ahead and set the mic down, go out and pick your grand.
Your grand champion here this afternoon. And our gilt show comes out of the Dark Cross. Congratulations to Mason Morris and Yukon FFA.
You know, one of my favorite things about pig shows or any other kind of show, whether it's a dog show, a calf show, whatever it may be, is we all have our different opinions and we can all disagree on them. The way that I've sorted these gilts today is the way that I see them. We could have somebody step in here in 10 minutes and do the show a little bit differently than what I just did it. But for me, I think it comes down to a pair of them. But still, in my mind, there's one of them that kind of just beats the other one in terms of every regard, even though they're so similar. Young ladies, Berkshire is going to be your reserve grand. Congrats to her.
And congratulations to your reserve grand champion here in the gilt show out of the Berkshire breed, Tandy Winter and Calumet 4-H. As we get our barrows sorted, our judge is going to make his way over to the backdrop to get a picture of our grand and reserve grand champions. You can meet the judge at this time over at the backdrop. All barrows, please start checking in. Our first breed will be Chester White. We have a single entry in 2 different classes. We're now ready to get back started here with our barrow show this afternoon. Once again, all barrows, please make your way into the makeup area and check in. We have two exhibitors in Chester White, a single entry in Class 1, a single entry in Class 2.
We get out here in the Bear Show, and I know we don't have high numbers. Seems like we've got 20% of the show out here just in the Chesters, if you break down the numbers, but an awesome pair of them. And I think one of them just checks more boxes for me in terms of being short-bodied and moderate and punchy in terms of the center, in terms of his center body. And he's still squarer and more comfortable as he leaves you. That's the young man right here on the left. That one is just so ripped up and fresh up high. He's so good in terms of the turn to the center portion of his body, specifically into his upper, the way he transitions his upper rib down into his flank. He's square, he's genuine. He's probably not just the stoutest featured one in comparison to the one that winds up in second, because that one might be just a little bit bigger in terms of his rear ankle. But for me, this one just needs to flesh up ever so slightly in his lower body line and flesh up in terms of the bottom portion of his rib cage. He wants to get just a little bit more uncomfortable and kind of uneasy on where he wants to set his right rear as he gets out and goes. He's starting to get kind of a Chester attitude, but one that is sharper looking up front and is wide and square in terms of his upper pins. Awfully nice set of Chester Barrows. Congratulations, these kids.
Your results in the Chester White breed. Your breed champion is, out of the first class, Mason Morris, Yukon FFA. Also a class winner, reserve breed champion out of class number 2, McKinley Butler with Bronco 4H. Our next breed in the barrel show is the Hampshire. We have 2 exhibitors, a single entry in 2 classes.
Cool pair of single entries out here in the Hampshire show. And we'll talk about the lightweight first. In the last class in the Chesters, we talked about how that champion Chester was just so short and boxy and moderate. I know this young lady might have been showing the reserve Chester that was a little bit longer, but this one right here is about as short and boxy as you can make one, because that thing is just so busted open, and the way that he feeds out of his blade, and he feeds that width all the way back as you get in behind him. He's busted open and just so robust in terms of his center body. He's got a cool skull shape up there in the front 1/3 of his skeleton. You know, maybe one that we could lengthen out in terms of his front 1/3, and maybe one that we could lengthen in terms of his hip. But that's some of the sacrifices that you make when you make him so short and boxy. You shorten him in some of the wrong places. Young ladies, heavyweight right here is another one that offers so much power and punch as you get in behind him. One that's fresh up high, one that I'd like to just soften, and in terms of his lower body, I'd like to give him more punch right there in his forerib, bust him open right there. One that takes a long stride, but I don't know if he just takes it in the most comfortable way, because he's the rounder hipped option out here that allows him to flex up further in comparison in terms of the lightweight out here. But still, 2 high-quality bears that offer just so much power and punch. For me, I like the lightweight to be your champion. I like the young ladies heavyweight to be your reserve. Congratulations to them.
Champion Hampshire is your first place winner out of class number 1. Congratulations to McKinley Butler and Bronco 4-H. Your reserve champion is first place out of class number 2, Mia Trujillo and Maple 4-H. We have a single entry in Poland, China. They're invited into the arena at this time. Once again, all of our barrows need to be checked in and hanging out in the makeup area.
good stout featured single entry Poland bear out here, and one that we've talked about, circumference of foot and bone today, and this one brings a bunch of it. For a Poland, he's actually really comfortable and has a great set to his rear pastern, but consequentially we've got a lot of set to our front pastern that makes him just a little bit more uncomfortable out here and kind of ouchy off of his front 1/3. I'd like to heighten him in terms of his shoulder, but one that's fresh up high, has some back shape. He squares, he leaves you in, is a stout featured one. Good Poland bear out here as a single entry.
Congratulations to your Poland China breed champion, Kyra Kropp and Yukon FFA. Next, we'll move right along to our spot. We have a single entry.
Hey, we got a single entry spot bear out here that brings a lot of good to the table in terms of, like we've talked about, being short and boxy, because this one is the definition of short-bodied and being having some spread up high. I like the shape and construction to his skull, but still, I'd like to relax him off of either end of his skeleton. He wants to get too vertical off of both ends in the way that he flexes out of his shoulder and out of his hock, but one that's square off of either end of his skeleton, and a cool skulled one I think could be a lot sharper looking if we peel back some of the hair off the top side of his crest. Nice spot bear here in the spot show.
Congratulations to your breed champion, Deegan Johnson and Bronco 4H. Next in our show here this afternoon, we have two Yorkshires, single entry in two classes.
Good set of Yorkshires out here that are both very, very similar. And I'm not sure if they're litter mates or not, but I know the one out of Class 1 is 1-1, and we've got 1-4 over here. And it looks like our showman could possibly be litter mates as well. So I think that might be where we get some of our similarities from. But the young lady's lightweight has got a lot of things that you like about this one. That thing's cleaned up in terms of his throat latch, cool in terms terms of the shape of his skull. That thing's big and busted open up high and is so stout in terms of his mid-body. Get behind him, and he's not just the most expressive thing you've ever seen, but he's still square, genuine, and comfortable as he leaves you. And then the young lady's heavyweight is another one that has got a cool in terms of his length of neck in front of his blade. Another one that's awesome in terms of his skull shape. He's the taller and just longer bearer in terms of his entire skeleton. He's probably just not as wide and busted open as he leaves you. He's probably not as wide and square in terms of his knee as he drives right at you, but a pretty similar pair of them out here. I like the young lady's lightweight to be your champion. I like the heavyweight to be your reserve. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to your champion, Yorkshire, and first place winner out of class number 1, Adriana Trujillo. Your reserve champion and class winner out of class number 2, Mia Trujillo. Next will be light cross. We have a single entry in light cross. Following that will be our dark cross. All of our breed champions, please begin lining up. We'll be ready for the grand drive here momentarily.
Good light cross out here as a single entry, and one that really could withstand a lot of competition, because when that thing comes through the gate, he's absolutely huge in terms of his toe spread. When he drives right at you, you get off to the side of him, and that thing is moderate in terms of the package that he comes in. He's busted open and has so much turn in terms of his rib cage. He's fresh and shapely up high. If you want to get critical on him, we could probably square him up, tone him down as he leaves you. We could lengthen him in terms of his hip, which I think could probably come if that thing was just a little bit more relaxed in terms of his shape going away. But one that you like his look up front, you like the turn to his center body, and stoutness a feature and toe spread. High quality blue one out here the young lady brought us.
And our light cross, congratulations to your breed champion, Adriana Trujillo, representing Maple 4-H. This will be our final breed here before the grand drive. We have a single entry in dark cross.
Single entry dark cross with the young man's calico out here, and this one offers a pretty sporty look from the profile, because that thing's stoutness of skull is intriguing whenever it pokes through the gate, and then he ties his neck so high into the top side of his shoulder. He's still square and busted open in terms of his sternum. Get in behind that one, and he's square and genuine and comfortable as he leaves you. He's probably not just the most ripped up and punchiest thing that we've seen throughout the day. Well, I don't necessarily have a problem with that, because we've still got about a month and a half until probably most of our endpoints. It's an awfully high quality one to round out the Bear Show. Excited to see the grand drive.
Congratulations to your breed champion in the dark cross, Davis Morrison, Yukon FFA. We'll reset the arena here. Be ready for our grand drive. You can begin lining up under the direction of our ring help.
It's been a great Bear show that we've had out here, along with the Guilt show. And I can't tell you that I have just a big, long speech prepared for the Grand Drive. And I've got a couple thank yous to make. We've got my mom and dad over here in the bleachers that came out here to watch me sword. Of all the shows that I've been doing over the last couple of years, seems like the majority of them are far, far away. So they don't get to come out and watch much. I think this is the third time that they've got to see me sword one, but always thankful for everything that they do for me, and how far that they've brought me along, and stuff that they do for me whenever I'm off at school. And then for the kids out here, I think you guys just need to make sure and thank the people that have brought you out here. I probably wasn't the best at doing that whenever I was in y'all's shoes and y'all's age, but I think you guys have a lot of people to thank, because I remember showing here in El Reno at OCPA Jackpots and the Team Purebred show that used to be here, and man, this facility is the Taj Mahal compared to that old facility. I think you got a lot of people that support you guys and what y'all are doing, and then on top of that, you've got your crew that's on the spray bottle or on the feed bucket and giving you advice. So I think you kids just need to be very, very thankful and gracious to all the people that have put this facility together and got you guys out here and helped you guys out along the way. With that being said, I've thought the Bear Show's been awesome. I think there's one of them that's just way ahead of the rest of them out here. Young Man's Dark Cross is going to be your grand.
Congratulations to your 2026 Canadian County Free Fair Barrow Grand Champion out of the Dark Cross, Davis Morris and Yukon FFA.
That was just a single entry there in the Dark Cross show, but still, I think there's a lot of different ways that you could go out here. But for me, the way that I've talked about them today is keeping them square, keeping them genuine, and keeping them comfortable out here. And I think there's one of them that excels some of the other ones that are in contention in terms of that. This thing's long tipped. This thing's square off of either end of his skeleton, and he gets out here and motor's really good. He's stout and he's punchy and the right places. I'm not going to tell you that he's perfect or that this breed usually ends up being reserve grand. The young man's Chester will be reserve.
And congratulations to your reserve grand champion here this afternoon out of the Chester White breed. That's Mason Morris and Yukon FFA. We'll move right along, be ready here momentarily with our showmanship. If you are a Pee Wee exhibitor, you can make your way towards the entry gate, and please check in. Once again, the Pee Wee exhibitors are at least 4 years old, but not more than 8 years old and going into the second grade. Following the Pee Wee will be Junior. Junior is for exhibitors in 3rd through 6th grade. Intermediate will be exhibitors in 7th through 9th grade. And the senior division will be 10th through 12th graders. So begin checking in. We'll start with the Pee Wee and then move right along into the juniors and then intermediates and seniors. We're now ready to get back to the action here in the Swine Arena this afternoon. We're going to start with the Pee Wee Showmanship. Pee Wee Showmanship exhibitors, please check in. You may enter the arena under the direction of the ring help. Junior exhibitors can begin checking in. You'll be next.
We got a lot of great things going on out here with Miss Cody and Sparkles out here in the Pee Wee Showmanship. She did an awesome job bringing that thing out of the gate. Gave me a good chest shot, turned for a profile, and gave me a rear view. It's tough to have a girl her size keeping control of a spot gilt that's probably about 3 or 4 times her weight. But Miss Cody's doing an awesome job keeping her head up, keeping her going across the ring. Bright future for this young lady here showing. Congratulations to her.
Well, put your hands together again for Cody Stewart with Calumet 4H, our Pee Wee exhibitor here. We're now ready to move right along into our junior division.
Awesome, deep set of juniors out here, and I like to be quick and efficient when sorting showmanship because we've had the last hour and a half during the show to go through it. I think out here, though, it comes down to a pair pretty easily in my mind between the young lady in the pink right here in front of me, the young lady in the red with the Berkshire Guilds. Both of them offer their differences and trade-offs, but what sorts them up in comparison to some of the rest of them is just staying out here in the center of the ring. I love the intensity that both of them bring to the table. They both keep their pigs going at the right pace with the head up, but between the pair of them, I think one of them just does that a little bit better. One of them stays in front of me and at a good distance, just a little bit better than what the other one does. One of them keeps her pig going just at a better pace and a little bit quicker. Haven't really caught this one with her head down or just too far away from me. With that being said, though, the young lady in the pink's going to be your champion. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations in our junior division to Madeline Whitman and Maple 4-H. We're now ready for the intermediates. Intermediate exhibitors, seniors, you can begin getting ready.
Awesome set of them out here in the intermediate drive, and for me, nothing against the young man, but it comes down to the pair of ladies out here, which sounds like the story of my life. Whenever I was showing in showmanship myself, it's tough to get around these girls because they can just get around the ring so easily. And I remember as a kid, I got beat and told that I was going to be third because I just wasn't as elegant and I didn't float across the ring. That was okay with me because that's not really just my style. But both these young ladies just get around and get their hogs around with such ease out here, but still have the intensity cranked up as they get out here and drive their projects. I think one of them is just more intense for me. I think you can flip them either way. I'd like to have both of them showing ones for me. Young lady with the red one's going to have your champion. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Tegan Winter and Calumet FFA. We're not ready for our final class here for this afternoon, our senior division. In the showmanship, you can begin lining up and enter under the direction of the ring help.
Don't have a big arsenal or a bag of tricks of different things that I'll pull out in showmanship. I've been through the ringer in my time showing, and honestly, more or less, it's just annoying in my mind. But there is still a couple things that I'll pull out and do. Both of them handled me getting up close to the fence, just about the exact same. Both of them did fine on whenever I tried to catch them slipping, if you will, in terms of crossing over in between the pig and myself. One of these, though, just did that a little bit better. It's splitting hairs out here on the pair of them because they're both differently, but I think one of them's just fresher in terms of this one skinning hair and handled me doing a ring around the rosy, if you will, just a little bit better. I like the young man to be your champion. Congratulations to him.
And congratulations in senior showmanship to Aiden Johnson, Mustang FFA. Well, that does conclude all of the livestock activities here in the Coliseum at the P&K Equipment Show Ring. Stick around here at 6 p.m. The carnival opens, and then at 6:30 there's a 4-H and FFA Quiz Bowl in the Expo. And on the east side in the pavilion, right behind the announcer stand at 7 p.m., Battle of the Bands in the main stage. And have safe travels tonight as you go home. The fair will close at 10 p.m. Cattle must be in the barn tomorrow by 9 a.m. and weigh-in will begin at 10 with the cattle show begin at 1 p.m. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We'll see you tomorrow.